Hello, everyone. So this is another Bucket List-athon readathon, and I have a lovely guest with me. Actually, I have a banner for you.
Oh,
I
really?
forgot. I do.
Oh, nice. Love that.
So yes, I'm really excited that you get to join me on
Yeah.
this.
This is my first time.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been a completely new experience for me. It's been a lot, a lot of learning going on in StreamYard. I actually had to pay for it this month because I went over like the allotted time or whatever, but it's been a lot of fun. So yes, thank you for joining.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So I guess if I did change the description for anyone watching. Hi, Ro. I did change the description for anyone watching. The prompts for Bucket List-athon are all in the description, so you guys know what those are. I currently I think I have 4 prompts left that I have to get through before the end of the month, so I'm excited about that.
Nice.
I'm currently reading Yumi and the Nightmare Painter.
Ooh, I remember when that came out. It's so pretty, and that's a standalone, right?
Well, yes and no. It's part of the Cosmere, but it's not like I don't think these characters continue into any of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm really enjoying it so far.
really? That's good.
Yes. So, tell us a little bit about yourself and your channel and
Sure.
what's going on.
So I'm Nell. What do I do on my channel? I do all the normal, the typical book stuff, the vlogs, the hauls, the TBRs, the wrap-ups. I read a lot of mystery, thriller, and romantic comedies. I mean, technically, I read a little bit of everything, but like those are like the ones that I kind of like gravitate more towards. But I do read like fantasy. I read nonfiction. Like I read a little bit of everything. Horror. The only thing I don't really read is sci-fi. I have a very love-hate relationship with sci-fi, but otherwise, I read a little bit of everything. I'm currently one of the co-hosts for the Get a Clue Readathon. So trying to do multiple readathons, like Books to Ashes has her like Dragon Readathon happening this month, so I'm like participating in that. You have the Bucket List-athon, so I'm trying to participate in that, and then Get a Clue is happening, so I'm participating in that. So a lot going on for the month of November. But yeah, that's about it. That's all I got.
Yeah, I was very surprised at how many readathons are going on in November. And I don't know if I just have become more aware of them or if there have always been this many or if
Yeah,
this
I don't know. Because like Nora, what is it, like the Nora Roberts? I don't know like what the name of it is, but it's like the Nora Roberts readathon is happening.
Yes,
And
is
then
that
like
right,
Nonfiction November is also happening.
Yes, and then there's like an Australian readathon for Australian authors.
And then the writers thing, the NaNoWriMo is happening this month. There's so much.
Yeah, one of the smaller booktubers that I highlighted on my channel on Wednesday actually is doing the NaNoWriMo, and I had never heard of that before.
Me either.
Yeah, and I think it's fascinating, but writing, what was the goal? It was like 50,000 words in a month or something like that. I just think that's kudos to anyone who participates. That's insane.
I think this month is also like something, there's like some kind of readathon or something for like Indigenous people or something.
Oh, is this?
I can't remember what it's called, but it starts with the S, I think, whatever it's called.
Okay. There was something else too that I feel, was this, I feel like I saw something on my library's website, and I do remember it starts with an S.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but it has something to do with like reading like Indigenous authors.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of cool things going on in the bookverse. Yes, Ro, I love that it's inspired by anime as well. And the artwork in this, I don't know if, I'll have to ask Stevie. I'm reading this with Stevie Reads. And she's reading I think a paperback copy, if I remember correctly. But the artwork in this, so I wonder if the paperback copy has like the same artwork, but
very nice.
So pretty. And I've been impressed with the audiobook because I'm immersive reading it. The audio describes the images.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
I don't think I've ever read an audiobook that does that before.
Yeah. That's really cool.
Yeah. And of course, I have like worst audio experiences. There's another book I'm reading right now that has recipes in it, and it reads you the recipes. Which I'm like, this is not necessary. I don't need to know how many teaspoons of whatever are in this.
Like you're making it right now as you're listening to the book.
Yes. I thought that was odd, but yeah, they were doing a lot of interesting things with audio. But yeah, I was really impressed with the fact that their audio, because obviously you can see like with context of the story what's going on in the images, but some of the things that they've talked about I wouldn't have caught, like a look in someone's eye or what somebody is specifically looking at in the image, like if they're looking off into the distance, like what they were thinking about at that moment. It's been really interesting.
Nice. Very cool.
Hello.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you're ahead of the game, Ro.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's like, has it evolved? So has it always been like 50,000 words?
Good question.
Yeah, it's something that I've never heard of before. I think it's interesting, but yeah.
Yeah.
What are you reading today? No.
I'm reading Dead Girls. I forget who the author is. It's a book that I didn't know existed until like, what was it, yesterday when the prompt dropped. I had to find a book that fit the prompt, and this one was the one that I found. This is by, I think it's Nekesa Afia, something like that. I might have pronounced it wrong. That's entirely possible. But let's see if I can pull up the cover. The cover looks like that.
Oh.
It's a 1920s murder mystery. Okay. And the main character is a African-American lesbian that's on the case. So very interesting to be both African-American and a lesbian in the 1920s during the Prohibition, like during like segregated times. And she's working this case where the girls that are going missing are also African-American women, and it's set in Harlem.
Okay, cool.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So is she's a detective, or is she
just... She's actually a waitress, and the detective kind of like asked her to help out on the case because she's like a well-known like person in the community. They felt like she would be a good person to kind of like talk to the families and like just kind of get information that as like white male police officers, they probably wouldn't be able to get out of this group. So they're kind of like using her to help with the investigation.
Interesting. Oh, Michaela just joined us. Hello, Michaela. I love when murder mysteries, especially like one's historical fiction, tend to. I don't know that I love the detective trope. Like, I don't know that I like following a detective. I do think I prefer following someone else in the community.
Same.
I just get tired of I don't know. Detectives kind of irritate me sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. Like when I read mysteries and like especially like murder mysteries, like I don't like cops in books. I don't know why, which is interesting because I mean I'm not a cop myself, but like I'm an investigator by trade. So I've always worked in like law enforcement and like legal and stuff. And maybe that's the reason why I don't like reading about it, because it's like I live it, so I don't want to read about it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There's something about like cops and detectives that I just am just very turned off by. I have much more fun reading about like regular people solving crimes than I read about like cops and detectives solving crimes.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is your job. You're supposed to do this.
I was gonna say, do you find that like when you do read about the detective piece that you're kind of picking it apart? Like
sometimes, yeah. I'll be like, that's not how that works, or that's not going to turn around that quickly.
Right. The Night Circus by Erin Morgenstern, first draft / idea was written in 2007. Really?
Awesome.
It took 5 years to fully write and flesh out. I've only read one book by Erin Morgenstern, and I did not like it. I read the Starless Sea. I've considered giving the Night Circus a try because I know a lot of people.
I've heard mixed things about it.
I've heard mixed things about both the Starless Sea and the Night Circus. I feel like most people who like the Starless Sea like the Night Circus, and vice versa. But I think that it's another one of. I think Morgenstern's writing is very fluffy, and it's like beautiful prose, not a lot of plot. And I like pretty writing, but I've read some plotless books, but I feel like there needs to be some type of substance.
I agree. It's hard for me to read a book that doesn't have a plot. Like people who are like really into like character-based stories, it's not that there's anything inherently wrong with them. I just get bored because I feel like even just like in life, I feel like I need to be doing something or like working towards something. So if I'm reading a book where people are just like just being people and just living their lives, I'm just like, where are we going? Like, let's try to accomplish something. Like, we need to do something.
Yes. I do like character-based stories. Like I love character development, and I think I prefer character development over plot, but if we are just meandering, I'm like, I don't understand what we're doing. The Starless Sea had it really, it's probably one of those books that I had like a visceral reaction whenever I ended the book. This is before my booktube days, but I remember getting to the end and thinking there are so many like cool snippets that we started and we never completed. And that was like, we do this over here. It would seem like it was going to end up in some plot, and it never did. That was what irritated me about that. I do
that
like
would drive me crazy.
Yes. Because there were so many like cool things that I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. I really like this part of this world. And then we never visited again. I'm like, well, what was the point?
Yes, I could see how that could be. Like, I don't like when characters are introduced that don't have a purpose. Yes. Like, if you're going to introduce a character, there needs to be a reason why this character is here. Even if it's a small reason, even if they're just here to, like, give you a tidbit of information and then you find a way to, like, exit them from the story, like, that's fine. Right. But don't just introduce a character and then just drop that character and not do anything with it.
Like, why is that person in my mind space right now?
Right.
Oh, you liked Night Circus better than Starless Sea. Interesting, Graf. So what did you like more about Night Circus than Starless Sea? I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
It's interesting that that book was written, like it started in 2007 and then took 5 years to make it. It just makes me think like the writers that are writing now, 5 years from now, like what will be the book that comes out that came from this?
It's going to be another Fourth Wing. I need to read The Night Circus. I agree. Her writing does focus more on prose and plot. Yeah. I want to like it because it was beautifully written. Like I will give her that, but I just was very frustrated at the end of the book.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I had struggles with Joe Abercrombie's First Law. I just read this and I actually really loved it. I love the characters, but was always frustrated because I never knew where the plot was going. Yes, that was one of the plotless books I was actually talking about. I really did like this book, and it was like all about the characters. But I can definitely see how, like, people reading the culminate, because it's a big series, people reading it could possibly think like, oh, eventually we'll get there. No. I don't know that we ever did.
Yikes.
I'm constantly looking for my next Night Circus high. I hope you find it. Hello. I'm reading My Dark Vanessa, and man, I hate everyone.
My Dark Vanessa, is that a romance?
It's I don't know what genre it is, but I know it's hard hitting. I think it's about sexual assault.
I don't remember. Isn't it like an age gap? I could be getting it mixed up with a different book.
I think it is.
It was like an age gap or something where she's like with her teacher or something like that.
Yeah, that's what comes to mind whenever I. Okay. And I guess yeah, I shouldn't call it sexual assault without actually having read the book. But everyone who talks about it, I'm like, ooh, that sounds like an intense read.
Yeah.
Hello, Camilla. I'm reading Two Can Keep a Secret by Karen McMahon. Is this a thriller?
I think it's it's a YA mystery. I don't know if it's a thriller. I don't know if it's categorized as mystery or thriller, but it's YA because Karen McManus is the same person that writes the One of Us is Lying series.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
I read the first one of because multiple of that series is out, right? Okay. I think I've read the first one. I haven't continued on.
Yeah. How are you liking it? I'm curious to know. I haven't read Two Can Keep a Secret, but I'd be curious because I think that book is one of her like backlist books, I think. So I'd be curious to know what you think about it.
Are they also making did they make a series out of the
Yeah, they turned it into a show. Yeah. I don't know how many seasons it is. I know it's at least 2 seasons, but I don't know if they've done anything past the 2nd season.
I love the first law and the characters. Me too. Who is your favorite character, Alicia?
Okay.
It's a student-teacher age gap. Yeah, totally not my type of book.
Why did you decide to read it? Like, what piqued your interest enough to pick it up?
Yeah, I don't think I would touch that one with a 10-foot pole, just knowing like what people have talked about. I don't think I could handle that.
Yeah.
My Dark Vanessa is such a difficult read. Yeah, I rated it 5 stars. I think it's definitely dark. Talking about moody stories, I can't wait for Saltburn. Oh, I've never heard of that.
Heard of that.
Mm-mm. You're always in the know.
Yeah.
Black comedy, psychological thriller, written,
Oh.
directed, and produced by Emerald Fennell. Is it Fennell? Fennell?
I'm not sure.
The film stars. I'm not even going to try and pronounce all these names.
Interesting. A comedy psychological thriller. I'm gonna have to check that out.
So is it like, I need a pen. I always have to have a pen ready for sprints. I wonder if, does that mean it's like satire like comedy, or
like, is it a thriller that has comedic moments, or is it like a comedy? I don't know how you put those two things together.
Doesn't seem like it would mix, but it sounds interesting. YA mystery. It's good so far.
Okay, good.
Keep in mind, I've only read 50 pages.
Oh, okay.
The Starless Sea was hard for me to connect with the characters. I enjoyed the ending of both books, but Night Circus was just a story I could connect with. Okay. I'm reading it because I have the book, and I'm trying to read more of the books I already own. Totally get that. My favorite 2 characters in First Law are Glocta and Logan. Logan's my favorite. I really enjoyed Glocta, but I think I liked Logan. Was kind of like a little bit of a meathead, but he had kind of a soft side, even though not really, but it's satire.
Okay. Is it kind of like The Blackening? I don't know if you've seen that, Ro, but is it like, if you have seen it, is it like The Blackening? Because that was kind of like a horror, but like also a comedy at the same time.
I haven't seen that one either.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
My favorite character in First Law was Glocta. I did like his perspective. That's the first character I've read that's from the torturer's point of view, and he definitely was not what I expected. It was interesting to see his thought process on what he was doing, and what he thought of himself because of it. Have you ever read any of the First Law?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Oh.
Rosamund Pike was nominated for Gone Girl and deserves that damn Oscar.
Okay.
Oscars is not something I usually pay attention to. Not because I don't want to, but I honestly don't even remember or think about it happening until like it's already done.
Yep. Same.
And with that, we are at the end of the comments. You guys ready for a sprint?
Yep.
Everyone good with 15 minute sprints tonight? We're not going to get anything done. 45-minute sprints okay with everybody?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Let's pop this up. And I will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello. Welcome back.
I wasn't even prepared. I thought that we had more time.
That's a good sign, hopefully. I got 30 pages read, and I think I might wait. I need to figure out where Stevie is. I don't want to get too far ahead of her. I really like this.
I figured you would.
I want more people to read it because I know that a lot of people have read it and a lot of people have loved it, but I have not heard anyone in my life that has read it yet. I'm really excited about it. I think the characters are really cute. There was a moment in the last couple of chapters that I was literally rolling because there's one character that's very naive, and she's had some experiences in this book that are a little traumatizing, and the way that she handles them has just been a hoot. So I'm really enjoying myself.
I have put that on my TBR. Like when you unbox it, I was like, "Oh, this is really pretty."
Yes, I absolutely love this. I think. Did you get this edition? Do you know?
I don't have it, but it's on my TBR of books like to get.
Okay. I do think that they're selling like this edition on Dragonsteel's website still. So I think if you're interested. But yeah, I've really enjoyed it. I love, and the artwork is beautiful. But the storyline is just so cute. I really didn't know. I've read a lot of Sanderson, and he does not do romance well. So I was a tiny bit worried that it was going to be a little bit of a mess, but it's been really awkward romancy, which I love. And he does humor really well. So
okay, good.
How did you do?
I don't remember where I left off, like where I started, but I am up to 61%. So chugging along.
Are you liking it?
Yeah. It's getting like there were some moments where I'm like, okay, I think I'm putting it together. I think I'm piecing the puzzle pieces together. So we'll see.
Do you tend to do that with mysteries? Do you like have like a flow chart in your head of like, I know this and this?
Yep, I'm that person.
I wish I was that way. I tend to just go, I'm just along for the ride.
Yeah, no, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. I'm like putting it together like as I'm like, oh, Thomas. Okay, I heard that name before. Who is Thomas again? I'm pretty sure that this person's gonna be the killer. I'm pretty sure that this person is like in on it. Oh, I bet you it's two killers. Like I'm that person.
I bet you'd be fun to read a mystery, like a buddy read a mystery with them. Because I would just be like
theories and suspect lists.
Yes. I would be like, this was a pretty scene. Be like, that's the person who's gonna murder them. Rose said, I haven't seen it yet, but I think this was more of a triangle of sadness.
Oh.
Another satire that was nominated this year. I don't know what Camilla's thumbsing up.
It might have been to like when you asked about 45 minutes, maybe.
Oh, okay. I'm currently reading Guns in the Dawn. So that's the same author as Witcher, right?
I don't know. I never read The Witcher.
Okay. I think that name sounds really familiar. This author also wrote Elder Race, which is a sci-fi. And speaking of, like you said, that sci-fi, you're like in a love-hate relationship with sci-fi. I had it on my TBR originally, and then someone told me that if you read it, you have to buddy read it with somebody because it's super complex. And I'm like, maybe that's not the sci-fi I want to get into.
Sci-fi is tough for me because a lot of the sci-fi that I come across is typically either like technology focused, which I don't really have an interest in, like technology and like robots and stuff, or it's like space focused. Yeah. And I literally could not care less about space and aliens. Like there's nothing I care less about.
Have you tried like space operas? Like
I have not. I didn't even know that was a thing until like 2 days ago. I don't know what it means, but I saw it. I was on a website. One of the prompts had me, I was like looking for books, and I found this website that was helping me like find books, and I was able to sort by genre. And one of the genres said space opera, and I was like, what does that mean?
I'm not well versed in like the lingo, but one of the romance books that I read is a space opera romance. So I think that space opera is more like you have like a big expansive universe and you go from like planet to planet because of whatever's happening in the story. and maybe I'm wrong. So someone in the comments, if you've read space opera and you can define it better than me, please feel free.
That makes a lot more sense in terms of like books and reading. Because when I read that, I was like, space opera. I'm like, is it like a musical? Are they singing? But I'm like, it's a book. So like, how do you read the song? Like, is it lyrics? Like, what is this?
Yeah, the romance that I read was really fun. But also like Empire of Silence, which I read last year, is a space opera as well. And it was just, you're on multiple planets. So like there's a larger universe at play, I think is what maybe space opera is.
Okay.
Towards. But if you, because I know you like romance books, if you're wanting to like dip your toe in space opera, I would recommend the, I think it's called Starlight Shadow, but the first book is called Hunt the Stars.
Oh, I think I've heard of that.
Yeah. Leandra, I know, read it on her channel.
Okay.
I think she did a vlog for it. But yeah, it's a really cute. It's 3 books in a series, and each book follows a different couple that's in this crew. And the main character of the first book is a female bounty hunter, which I thought was fun.
Nice, yeah. Oh, thanks.
Subscribed. Yay. And Leandra popped over to say hello. She's probably not here anymore, but Leandra is also sprinting on her channel for Get a Clue today. Marie and I subscribed to Josie Talks About Books. So this was one of the booktubers that we actually discussed on the last sprints. And then I went and checked out her channel and talked about it on my channel on Wednesday. She is a very nice person. Her channel has a lot of content on it that I have enjoyed. She seems very sweet. So I'm glad that you guys got to go over and give her some love and found somebody that you have books in common with. That's always nice. Yes, the Pomodoro Kitty definitely announces. I think you can change it. I haven't looked at the settings. You can change how loud the cat is, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But I have not messed with that. I apologize if it scared anybody. 72% along. I got power though now. Oh, so you didn't have power? Oh, I got a power through now. Okay, sorry, I read that wrong. You can get through it, Alicia.
Yeah, 72%. You're so close.
Yes. I'm reading A Haunting on the Hill by Elizabeth Hand. I'm working on annotating this book as I read. I only read 18 pages, but I'm really enjoying it so far. Yeah.
Annotating can slow you down.
Yes. I'm so impressed with people who annotate all of their books. I really need to try it. It's intimidating to me.
Yeah. I pick and choose which ones I annotate. I annotate almost every book, but I digitally annotate almost every book. So like I'll highlight or like make notes in my book. Like I have the ebook for everything that I read. I always get the ebook to go with it. It's just faster for me to like take notes on my phone than to have to like take out a pen. Because if I'm gonna write in a book, I want it to be like pretty and like aesthetic, and that takes even longer. So it's easy if I can just like put my thoughts down. Like I can even do like speech to text or whatever, and like put my notes down. And then if I have enough notes, or if I feel so compelled because the book was so great, then I'll transfer my digital notes to the physical book.
Nice. I would definitely like that better. It's less commitment, I guess. Mm-hmm. Like if you do something wrong, you can erase it.
Yeah.
I got 22 pages in the sprint, Guns of Dawn. Very nice. Are you liking it, Graf? Hi, I'm reading Caught Up.
Hi, Katie.
Hello. I have not heard of Caught Up. What is Caught Up?
Caught Up is, I actually didn't know that it even came out until yesterday when we were talking about it on Katie's Sprints, but it's part of the Mile High. I don't know what the actual series itself is called, but the first book in this series is called Mile High. So this is the third book in that series.
It's always nice to know that it's in a series before picking it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Thank you. I had the first name kind of close. I really want to try to get into sci-fi, but my first delve into it, The Scourge Between Stars, was not my favorite. Super techy / space.
Yeah.
So I don't think Nell would like it.
I like time travel. I can get into time travel.
Yeah.
I also like when it comes to science, I think the science that I'm into is like experiment stuff like in the lab, like if you're like mixing chemicals and like making something like bio weapons, like that kind of stuff is really interesting to me. I also was a chem major. I mean, I started off as a chem major, but I switched it to be a minor. So I do have a chem minor. So maybe that's why I'm interested in like that kind of aspect of it. But like I said, like technology and like space, not for me.
So I'm sure there's like a niche out there in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on how the technology is written for me. If it's very descriptive, like I don't need to know. I'm perfectly fine with like you telling me that some technology exists and I don't need to know the science behind it.
Right. Yeah, I would agree with that. I've heard of that.
Okay. Yeah, I have heard of that too.
Okay.
Yay, I was right. Thanks, Graph. It's exhausting. Yes, it is. Or I would think it is.
Yeah.
I love looking at the book once I'm finished, but it does slow you down. Yeah.
Yeah.
I recently bought, which is funny because the first book that I tried to annotate was, I'm not going to remember the name of it now, but it was a book that I purchased. I was really excited about it. And I was like, this is going to be the one. And it was like a signed edition and I hated it. I DNF'd it. So like I spent all this time tabbing and like writing out notes. And I didn't write in the book. I was writing like in a notebook next to it because I still wasn't okay with writing in the book at that point in time. But yeah, that was my first experience and I haven't gone back. But I did buy, I bought like little sticky notes that are see-through.
That's what I use.
Yeah. I do like that because then like if I mess something up, I can just take the sticky note out. Because I do think it would annoy me if I know that I wrote something wrong. Like even if I just did something stupid, like spelled something wrong, or I was writing a sentence and it didn't fit. And so I had to like cram it into the margin. It would bother me.
Yeah.
Hello, Rachel. Hope you're having a wonderful day as well. Guns of Dawn is like Jane Austen and Brian McClellan of Powder Mage trilogy. It's really cool. Huh. What an interesting comedy.
Yeah.
I have not read any Jane Austen. I need to. You haven't either?
No. There's a lot of classics that I haven't read. Like Jane Austen. What's the other one? I don't think I've read anything by like the Bronte sisters. Like there's a lot of classics that I haven't read.
Yeah. I've read like spin-offs of them. Like there's a Pride and Prejudice and Zombies book that I've read. And then like there was another one about Abraham Lincoln. Oh, Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. It was done by the same author that did the Pride and Prejudice one. But like I've read books like that are kind of spoofs off of classics, but yeah, I haven't read very many classics.
Yeah, I haven't.
I was always told don't write / scribble in a book, so annotating goes against every instinct. Yes, I understand your pain.
Yeah. I like for my books to look really neat. Yeah, so that's why I use the sticky notes. Because if I also like when I highlight, I still haven't found a set of like really good highlighters that truly won't bleed through the page. So for that reason, that's another reason why I use the sticky notes. And I have like the big ones that can like cover the whole page. And that way I can highlight. They're hard to find. I think I got them off of Amazon. They're very difficult to find, but I highly recommend them because when you have like the small ones, you have to like use a whole bunch to cover the page.
I was gonna say mine are just like normal size sticky notes. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still makes me cringe a little bit. Although I did see Michaela, who's in the comments, painted some of her books.
Oh.
And I don't know if they were, I think they were hardbacks that she ended up painting, but she almost made like them look like collector's editions to put on herself. And they were beautiful.
Very cool.
I love time travel.
I'm a time travel girl.
What recommendations do you have for time travel, Alicia?
I haven't read a ton, but I like anything that has to do with like time manipulation. So like even if it's like repeating day, I like repeating day tropes.
Yes.
Or like when you get like a dual timeline where it's jumping back and forth from like the past and then like present day. So if you've ever watched like Yellow Jackets does that a lot where it's flipping back and forth between like the 90s and like 2019. I'm trying to think what books have I read. There's a book called The Slumber Party. I don't remember who the author is, but there's a book called The Slumber Party that I read earlier this year that does that really well. The Do-Over. by Lynn Painter is a repeating day trope. And a holidays was kind of a repeating day trope, but then they like kind of dropped it halfway into the book, so then the day just kind of kept going instead of repeating over and over again. 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle is kind of repeating day because he's repeating the same day over and over again, just from different people's perspectives. So yeah, I love stuff like that.
Yeah, I thought that was the only one I've read off that list. And it was definitely very intriguing. I didn't think I was going to like it because I felt like it would get repetitive, like the Groundhog Day type of, but it really didn't. There was enough detail in that book that I thought it was really fascinating.
Yep.
Have you ever read Vita Nostra?
I have not. Is that time travel?
It has time travel elements in it.
Okay.
It's dark academia is like the main premise, and it's freaking weird. When you start out the book, like some really weird off the wall things happen. But yeah, it had some elements of looping time that would happen. Yeah. I think you'd like Claudia Gray's trilogy.
Okay.
Pieces of You.
Okay.
I ate dinner. What did you have for dinner, Camilla? Read 20 pages. A few annotations I've done are terrible. Looks like a child wrote them. I'm sure it's better than you think it is.
Right.
It's called the Firebird trilogy. The first book, 1,000 Pieces of You.
Gotcha.
Okay. Not space opera, but time travel.
Yeah. Awesome.
Not a fan of Bronte sisters' works. Sense and Sensibility is my favorite from Austen. Colonel Brandon is the goodest boy. Is that a dog, maybe?
Okay, so a lot of fans of Sense and Sensibility.
Yeah. Look into Mike Chen's books. He does a great job with time travel.
Nice. I will look forward to your recommendation list.
I loved Evelyn Hardcastle. I need to reread that one. Really enjoyed the repeating days trope.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought that one, it just had an interesting spin on it.
It was my favorite read of last year. It's one of my favorite books of all time. It was so well done. Like, it's hard to do a book, and that book is like very complex. Like, if anybody hasn't read it, I don't recommend just jumping into it unless you have like the time to really like dedicate to it, because there's so much going on. It's not written in order, it's written out of order. Kind of like if you've ever seen like the movie Premonition with Sandra Bullock, where she's living the days like out of order. It's kind of like that, where he's living the days out of order in different people's bodies. So trying to put that together and make it make sense, you got to take your time with the book. It's a little bit dense, but if you are willing to take that time to read it, it was just done so well. Like, I got to the end of it and I was like, I couldn't find any like missed plot points. I couldn't find any like holes in the story. I couldn't find any situations where like where like the storyline is like conflicting with itself. Like, it was just done so seamlessly. I was like, how did he write this book? This book is so complicated. How did you even begin the process to put this together, let alone then like write it in a way that like people understand what you're saying?
Yes. I know. I think I read that book. Well, I tried to read that book on audio at first, and I was like, no, I need a physical copy in front of me. So I ended up immersive reading it.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the best way to do it.
But I remember thinking, like, there had to have been, like, when this book was being written, you had to have had like a wall with like strings connecting things.
Yes.
And there's no way that could have been written any other way.
I would love to do like an interview or like watch an interview with the author where he explains like how he wrote this. Like, what was the process? That would be so fascinating.
Yeah. I felt the same. Well, not exactly the same, but like with N.K. Jemison's The Fifth Season. Yeah. I felt that way about the plot in that book. Like, there had to have been like some huge map that she had that connected all of the different pieces together. Because otherwise, something so complex, I don't know how you put on paper and make people understand what's in your brain. I haven't read too many time travels yet. I like Time Machine. That's on my TBR. And soon I'm going to read Timeline by Michael Crichton in Perilous Times. So Perilous Times is actually a King Arthur retelling, kind of. But it's one of the knights on the round table is like reborn to like protect the realm, and he gets born again in modern times and
Oh.
like has to deal with like the cultural differences and things that are happening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't read it yet, but I'm excited about it.
Cool.
If anyone's looking for a good sci-fi cyberpunk mashup, Silver and Smith by Travis Seibert is a fun read. I like cyberpunk. I don't know that I've ever...
What does that mean?
So cyber would be like technology, but well, cyberpunk is like steampunk with cyber stuff.
What is steampunk?
Steampunk is we're going down a rabbit hole. Steampunk is like sci-fi or science, but instead of like regular technology, you have steam powered things.
Oh, okay.
So like all of their like carriages and everything are steam powered. Instead of having like electricity, they have steam. And so cyberpunk would be like a mix of that, but with technology instead of with the steam.
Did not know this was a genre.
You learn something new.
Yeah.
Baked teriyaki chicken and fried rice. That sounds delicious. I love Audrey. Is it Niffenegger's?
Yeah, I'm not sure how you say it. But I've seen the movie for that. It was really good.
I was gonna say I have heard of that, but yeah, I didn't know it was a book. Yep. This is why I get caught up on things, because I will literally watch a movie and someone will be like, "Yeah, have you read the book?" And I'm like, "Nope, but I've already watched the movie, so I'm probably going to read the book." I wish I wasn't like that. I wish I could go back. Like I still haven't read The Lord of the Rings, which don't come at me. But
I mean, I haven't read them either. I also haven't seen the movies before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it something?
There's a lot of movies that I've never seen. Like I've never seen Lord of the Rings. I've never seen Harry Potter. I've never seen Star Wars. Like I just never watched it. Well, some of that stuff I wasn't allowed to watch as a kid. Yeah. And then once I got to be an adult, I'm just like, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch Harry Potter, so I've never watched those. And I've had several people in my adult life ask me, like, well, have you gone back to read the books or watch the movies? And I'm like, at this point, I feel like there's so many other things out there that I'm good.
Yeah. If I had like a best friend or a partner or somebody that like really wanted me to watch it, like I'd watch it with them. Right. But it's not something that on my own I would go out of my way to watch.
Right. Yeah. I had not watched any of the Star Wars until I think when I turned 30. There were several of my friend group that were like, no, you're sitting down and you're watching these and we're going to talk. And so I watched the originals, and then everyone wanted to know like what my thoughts were, because the originals like are bad as far as like the look of them and everything. And so, yeah, it was an interesting experience, but I've only watched all of them one time through, and people will ask me questions and I'm like, I don't. Once again, I'm along for the ride. I'm not taking notes.
Right.
Never seen her too.
Star Wars just wasn't a thing in my house growing up. Neither one of my parents were into that, so it's just not something that I watched. Harry Potter, I wasn't allowed to watch it. I was told as a kid growing up, I went to like a private Christian school, so it was like, oh, it's witchcraft, you're not allowed to watch this. So I never watched it, and then as an adult, I just never went back.
Right.
What was it? Oh, I've also never seen The Hunger Games. I've never seen Divergent. There's a lot of things I've never seen. Never seen Lord of the Rings. Again, like Lord of the Rings was one of those things that like growing up, my parents, or I'm the oldest, so I don't have like older siblings or like older cousins or whatever that I would be doing this with. It was just me and my younger brother, so we just didn't watch it. Our parents didn't watch it. It wasn't a thing in our house.
Right. Yeah, I get that. And especially like if it's not something that you're drawn to either, a lot of those things are many, many, many hours of sitting and watching something. And so, yeah, it's not.
When people were watching Lord of the Rings, I was watching Slime Time Live.
That is the end of the comments. Ooh, sorry if you can hear my dog in the background. He's rolling around on the floor in front of me. So I think we're going to do another sprint. I'm probably going to be off camera on this sprint because I'm going to go and cook some dinner. I'm going to cook some butter chicken. So I'm excited. But Are we good for another 45?
Yep.
Oh, graph. Cyberpunk is advanced computers in punk society. Neuromancer, Neil Stephenson, Richard K. Morgan. It's one of my favorite subgenres of science fiction.
Okay.
Interesting. I haven't read a lot of cyberpunk. I've read some. I've read more steampunk than I have cyberpunk. So let us do another sprint. And I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello. I did switch books for this sprint just because I wanted to immerse it. Ooh, Siri is talking to me. So I started reading, or not started, but I continued to read a book that I'm reading. It's called House of Roots and Ruin.
Okay.
It's the second book in House of Salt and Sorrow, which is by Erin A. Craig, who wrote Small Favors. It's like her biggest book, but I'm enjoying it so far. It's about an island kingdom. And the original book, the first book, you start out with a family that has 12 sisters, and a lot of them are dying. And so people assume that they're cursed, and you kind of follow their family. So this is the second book in that series. So yeah, I got to 33%. I think I got a little over 10% of that read.
Nice.
So yeah, how did you do?
I think I read like 8 or 9%, but I did stop for like 10 or 20 minutes during that sprint because I got a new pair of headphones that I wanted to like figure out how to use.
Yeah.
So I stopped to do that. But yeah, I got like 8, 9%, something like that.
Are you still enjoying it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm curious to see where it's going to go because they kind of like, they wrapped it up, but it's one of those wrap ups where it's like, you know that this isn't the end, but also like I'm only 69% in, so there's no way that this is where it ends. So I was like, okay, what is gonna happen that's gonna like what's gonna happen that's gonna like make this like come back, you know what I mean?
Right. Interesting. At 69%. That's quite a ways from the end. That's one of the things with like murder mysteries that I always feel like sometimes they do seem to wrap up. If they wrap up early, you're like, oh no, what's the rest of the book going to be about? Stevie joined us that sprint. Hello, Stevie. And I am on I stopped at chapter 28 because I didn't know where you were and I didn't want to get too far ahead of me. So you'll have to let me know where you are. And that way I will pick it up in the next sprint. I'm loving it so far. I hope you are as well. I was able to read 18 pages and now I'm at 33% in the book. Very nice. I really love the protagonist. She's someone that I'd follow into war. Aw. It's always nice whenever you like your main POV.
Yeah.
I also switched books. I'll finish My Dark Vanessa tomorrow. I started a novella called A Short Stay in Hell.
Interesting.
What's this about? And I wonder, so did you start up a different book because My Dark Vanessa was a little too much at this point in time? Like, did you decide that it wasn't like a nighttime read, or I don't know, like how, I know that it has some dark topics, but I don't know if it's like, is it scary or is it just a storyline? I need a house of roots and beer and a quart of ice cream and cream. Yes. I would love either of those options would be great. I got to page 55 of my book. Very nice. The chapters are so short, which makes the book fly by.
Yeah.
I love that. That's one of the things when I was reading Vita Nostra, it doesn't have chapters. And I noticed how much of a flipper I am. Like when I read, I flip forward to see like how many pages do I have until the end of the chapter. And in that book, I continually did it. And I was like, I can't. There's not an end.
Yeah.
Part 3, which is chapter 31. Good. So we're close. Oh, good. I hope that those are like good sad eyes and not like horrible sad eyes. I don't want any trauma. Fantastic fiction is a great resource. It's where you can find books that authors enjoyed and recommend. Oh, interesting. I haven't noticed blurbs from authors on books that they liked. It's on an online database.
Okay.
Very cool. I also started the audiobook and the scream was so funny. Okay, so I have to tell you, this was the moment that made me laugh. And on the last sprint, there is a moment in time where she's the girl, the naive girl, kind of gets in a situation that's dangerous, and the audio narrator actually screams. I just wasn't expecting it, so it made me laugh.
Did it scare you?
No, because it was almost like making fun of the fact that she was screaming. But yeah, it was the way that the narrator did it. It was perfection. That was one of my favorite moments in the book so far. It's not scary. It's just dark and heavy. Yeah.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah. It's good for books like that too. I found I will sometimes pick up a middle grade while I'm reading those and switch back and forth just to kind of
balance.
Yeah,
help
me mentally stay in a good way, because I know sometimes those books can be hard to pick up.
Yeah.
Good topics, but not necessarily always fun to read.
Yeah, to have a way to like decompress from that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't read a ton of I read for escapism, so I don't read a lot of very difficult books, but there have been a few that I picked up. Actually, one of them was one of your 5-star reads that my mom died. I absolutely.
That one was like funny. It was like dark, but she told it in like a funny way.
Yes. Yeah. And I think I need that. I think I need because I also liked, have you read Born a Crime by Trevor Noah?
I heard good things about it though.
It's amazing. And he does that as well. He, because of the fact that he's a comedian, his book is very comical, even though he's talking about these horrible things that have happened to him. And it's just, it gives your brain a way to process, but also not be, I don't know, like heartbroken the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad my mom died was very good. I'm glad that I read that.
I almost didn't read it. Literally, it was just the fact that it was like a bright yellow book. It was like the colors were cute. It was like yellow and pink. It was a cute picture of her holding like a pink urn. I was like, this is cute. And then the title was also very intriguing. I actually I'm not like a huge fan of hers. Like, I don't dislike her, but like, I didn't like iCarly. I know that's controversial, but like, I thought iCarly was a dumb show. So I had no interest in like her. But the title caught me, and like the cover was very like eye-catching. And I was like, what the heck? I'll read it. And it was great.
It was. Yeah. Yeah, I never watched iCarly either, so I'm right there with you on that boat. But I didn't have any interest in her. I honestly, I don't normally read a lot of celebrity memoirs.
Me either.
Yeah. And so it did kind of take me by surprise. I had been recommended that book by a couple of people in my everyday life. And every time they talked about it, I'm like, I don't know that I want to read that book.
I was very pleasantly surprised. My mom did not like the fact that I was reading it. She was like, I'm glad my mom died. Like, what is that supposed to mean? And I'm just like, I didn't make the title. Like, I didn't choose this.
My mom did the same thing. We were going on a walk and I was talking about it. And she was like, I'm sorry, what's the title? I'm glad my mom died. She's like, really? Like, I'm not.
Like, I didn't write the book, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Not that this was her line of thinking. Her line of thinking amounted to Yes, it's such a quirky humor. I really appreciated the 2 secret projects that I've read by Brandon Sanderson this year have had like awkward humor in them, and I've appreciated that, because some of the other series that I've read from him, so I've read Stormlight and I've read Mistborn, haven't had as much comedy in them. And even though like especially in Stormlight, there's like depression, anxiety rep with one of their characters, that is still present in some of these books. And so there's still some really very real conversations, but in a comical way. The last couple of chapters I read in the last sprint, they had this conversation about work, which I found fascinating, because it's not something I hear a lot of authors talk about, or a lot of books talk about. And there's 2 spectrums of the 2 characters. One is kind of like a workaholic type, always putting like 100% in, even if it kills her. And then one is kind of just getting by type of thing. And so they were talking about how both of those things can be bad for you. So I appreciated that conversation. So far, A Short Stay in Hell is about people dying and going to the afterlife to be banished to different forms of hell. It's kind of funny so far.
Interesting. It sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
You have to let me know how you like it when you finish it. I might have to put that on my TBR.
It sounds, it, it almost sounds like a comedy.
Yeah.
And different
I like
forms as
stuff
well.
like that.
Yeah. Entertaining for sure. That memoir was great. Yes, it was. I think she did a great job writing it. I know. I hope that she writes more.
That's one of the things that like she wants to do is be a writer. So I'm curious to see like what is her next like book gonna be? Like, is she gonna do like a novel? Is she gonna do short stories? Is she gonna do poetry? Like, I'm curious to see what direction she goes in.
Yeah. I kind of thought that too at the very end, because I mean, that's one of the things that she talks about in the book is writing, is liking to write.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, like, is that fiction writing, or like that is it more nonfiction? I don't know. I don't know where she's gonna head with it. I am intrigued, and I like her writing style. I liked the pacing of that book a lot. That was one of the things I thought, even though it was comical, the fact that some of the things were hard hitting, it was like short snippets, like you were in and you were out. You kind of got to breathe throughout the book.
Yeah.
I just feel like My Dark Vanessa is a little longer than necessary and kind of dragging at the moment. Yeah. It is reading like a comedy. Oh, it's only 104 pages. Very nice.
I'm going to see if I can find this book on Libby.
Could be good for Get a Clue.
Yeah. Let's see. A short stay. Let's see. Oh, I do. Oh, my library doesn't have it. Dang it. It like recognizes what it is, but it's like, your library doesn't have it. Like, notify me if the library gets it. And like,
I know. Those are always the ones that I always have like a note to myself. I need to go in and like request that my library get it, but I haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, I might have to just on my own time pick that up because it sounds funny and it's short. So why not?
Right. Yeah. You might see if it's on like Kindle Unlimited or.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I like a short book, but currently I am reading chonkers. One of my goals this month is to get my average page count up to 400.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm at 395 right now.
Oh, yeah.
So
you're right there.
I just have to like actually make myself do it. One of the books I really want to read this month is called The Labyrinth's Heart.
Okay.
And it's the third book in a series. So it's also going to help me in my series goal. Because my series goal is just absolutely ludicrous. I've not been good this year about like finishing the series I already have.
Same. Next year for me is the year of the series. Like that's what I'm calling 2024.
Yay. That's exciting. Do you know how many series you have open right now?
I don't have that many that are open. Like I've actually started. I probably could count like on my fingers how many I've started. But I have a whole bunch that I own or want to own that I'm like, I need to start making progress on these. I think when I did my list yesterday, because I was like planning out like what videos I'm going to make for the rest of the year. And I had to write like one of the videos that I'm going to do is like all the series that I want to read. Where is it at? I think there's 10 here. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I have 28 that I would like to read. Am I going to read all 28 in 2024? No. But if I can get through at least 10 of those 28, that's a third of the way through. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Are you someone who likes to read series back to back, or do you give it a little bit of time?
I have done it both ways. I think that's one of the things that I'm probably going to have a better answer to like at the end of 2024 once I have like more experience, whatever, figuring out what works and what doesn't work. Because in 2022, I read the Good Girls Guide to Murder series all the way through. And I felt like by the time I got to the last book, that third book, I was a little fatigued. And I was like kind of tired of like reading about these characters. And granted, that story was very like that third book is super unhinged. I don't know if you've read all three. The third book is completely unhinged compared to the first one. So like that kind of took me out of it too. And I'm just like, what is happening right now? But I was just like, I'm kind of tired of reading about these people. Like I just want to read something else. It wasn't that it was anything like wrong with it. But I think I'm just the kind of person where I can't do any one thing for like too long. I get like bored, like, even like watching TV. Like I can't watch the same show for like too long. Otherwise I just get bored.
Right.
So I'm going to try it both ways. Because the flip side to that is when you spread them out, sometimes if you wait too long to read the next book, then you have forgotten what happened in the last one. So trying to find that sweet spot. So that's what I'll be working on next year.
Yep. That's one of the reasons I made my goal, is because I don't like to read them back to back, because I do get tired of the storyline. Like I feel like I need like a palate cleanser almost. But yeah, there were a couple of series that I waited way too long and then started reading, and I was like, I don't remember what's happening. And unfortunately, some books do not remind you. And I understand. I still don't know whether or not, like, and I will never be an author, but if I was an author, whether or not I would remind people of what happened. Because I know that there's certain people get irritated by that. They're like, I've already read the first book. I don't need to be reminded about the second. I would like a little bit. I don't need to know everything, but like, give me some,
like a previously on.
Yes, exactly. There needs to be that for books, which I'm sure that there is. Actually, Leandra was talking about that the other day. There's apparently video clips that you can go in and watch. It was on some specific website for different series. You can go in and look at like a spark notes for what happened in the previous. And I'm like, I need to be looking at it.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I'll do. That could be a content idea. Like with all these series that I am doing, maybe I can do like like spoiler recaps.
Ooh, that would be good. Yeah. Because then you could even you could use yourself as a resource.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what did I read? What happened?
That ebook is on Scribd.
Oh, okay.
Very nice. I love to binge book series. Well, Graph, when you read 30 books in a month, you can binge series. Oh, I missed one. I request a lot of books from my library, and they've been buying them.
Oh,
good. I need to spend more time doing this, because there are certain books. My library is actually really, really good about having most of the books that I am interested in. We have a really big library system. I want to say it was like 35 different libraries that all share their pool. And so it's usually good, but there are definitely a few, especially like smaller authors that they just don't have a good database for.
Yeah, I've noticed that like smaller authors, like especially like stuff that's like cozy mysteries and stuff like that, those are hard to find. Also, I struggle really hard to find like Christian fiction. That's another one that's hard to find.
Yeah. I think some manga series I've also had. It's very interesting because they'll have like volumes 1, 2, and then 4, 5. I'm like, I'm confused. Where's volume 3?
Yep.
Captured in Words does Stormlight recaps. Oh, good. Nice. Very nice to know, Stevie. Putting that in my my mind palace. I can't read books back to back. Yeah. I forget everything. I know. I really just, I wish that I could just binge them. I've read a couple of books now with Nala, and she will read series back to back. I don't know. I do feel like there's like that sweet spot, like you said.
I think it probably also depends on like how long the books are. Like if you're trying to read like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like a series where the books are not too long. Like I have the Magnolia Park series sitting right in front of me. Those books are not super long, so like I could read that all the way through. But like Throne of Glass, those books, the further you get up, they're like 700, 800, 900 pages. Like no.
Well, I think some of that too, I feel that way about not even series, but just reading long books back to back sometimes can get a little, and I think part of that is mental for me because I put so much stress on like, I want to make sure I finish like my TBR for the month. And I need to remind myself constantly, like, just enjoy the books that you're reading.
Yeah.
Like it's okay if it takes you a week to read a single book. So I do think that's part of it. I reread the Stormlight Archive before Rhythm of War came out, and it took me a year. to read
wow.
3 books.
Wow. Well, to be fair, I started reading Death Note last year and I still haven't finished.
Read 40 pages. You are very welcome, Camilla. Thank you for joining us. Oh, we already got that one. I was 112th in line, oh my goodness, for Lee Child's The Secret, the 28th book in a series. And now I'm 36th in line, but the library now has 40 copies. Yeah, and it was a 14-week wait. I love seeing that. Whenever I've requested something and I'm super long and wait, and then I'll go in and it'll be like, your library purchase, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I feel like that works better. Like when it's a book that they already have and they just don't have a lot of copies of it. If a lot of people put a hold on it, then they'll see like, oh, a lot of people want this and they'll get more copies. But when it's a book that they don't have at all, it's hard to get them to like acquire new books.
Yeah. Uh, 4 books of Stormlight Archive and novellas in 12 days.
12 days. Sheesh.
Oh my gosh. I did like I guess I should have said that. The Stormlight Archive, I read the 3 books and the novellas as well, all in a year. But I can't imagine doing that in 12 days. I would be so burnout. And I love the Stormlight Archive. I could not. Yes, beast mode activated. You are correct. I would love to be able to do that. I feel like, I don't know.
How many books is it? It's 4?
What?
It's 4 books?
Now there's 4 out, yes,
okay.
in the main series. And then I think there's 2 novellas, because there's Edge Dancer and Dawn Shard, I think, are the only 2 novellas. But yeah, and all of the books are, I think the first book maybe is 900 pages, but all the rest of them are definitely over 1,000. Yeah.
Stop. What?
I read the series twice.
Wow.
I mean, kudos to you. I would love that, because I really do. Like, I've read the first one, I've read 3 times now, because I tend to reread them whenever he puts out another one.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Sanderson is freaking ludicrous about, like, he put out 4 books this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's stupid how much he writes. I love it, but I definitely feel like I'm never going to catch up on his backlist, because he puts out so many books. Mm-hmm. But the Stormlight Archive, he does kind of take his time with. And I don't know if that's because when I read, I don't remember where I found it. It might have been on his website, where he talked about, like, Stormlight's kind of his baby. He's been writing it since he was young. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's like his culminating work. And so it tends to take him longer to put out a Stormlight. Luckily, the libraries I use buy new books every Tuesday and wait for the backlist books. It's not that long, a month or so. Very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, sometimes I get lucky with Livy. Like, I'll go in on a really popular book and I'll be like, nobody is currently reading this. I'm going to snag that up. But most of the time, if you're looking for a book, there's going to be a wait.
Yeah.
Yes, Stormlight is out next year. There were a lot of people who were doing a Stormlight reread this year because of that. And I sadly did my Stormlight reread last year. So I'm going to have to start all over again. No worries. There was an Instagram reel I saw the other day that was a girl who's trying to get through, I think it was Mistborn. And it's like her and then her acting like Brandon Sanderson. And she starts reading Mistborn and then gets a book thrown at her. And it's the second Mistborn. And then the third gets thrown at her, and so on and so forth. And it just keeps going. And she's like, okay, I'll get caught up eventually. And she just has this big stack of books on top of her. And you're like, yep, I understand. 3 soft DNFs of Way of Kings got to 25%, 30%, 35% on the 4th try. It worked for me. Okay. That's my favorite book in the series.
Wow.
A lot of people say, I think Words of Radiance is the second book a lot of people prefer, but Kaladin is he is like my fictional person. My fictional crush or whatever. Like, I love Kaladin. and that is his book. My husband hated this series. When I started reading it, I can't remember how long ago it's been since I first read Way of Kings. I recommended it to him because he liked The Name of the Wind. So he's actually the reason I read The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. And I recommended this to him, and he got really upset at Sanderson writes in kind of weird, there's like interludes throughout the book. So you have like his main characters and he switches POVs, but then there's like interludes that have characters that connect to the story, but not automatically.
Mm-hmm.
And my husband got so mad. He literally stopped in the middle of the audiobook and was like, nope, I'm done. No more. I don't want any more POVs. Like, we're done. Yes, a divided household, indeed. I've tried a couple more times to recommend him books, and he's like, nope, I lost faith in you. It does have so many storylines. Cowden and Lift. Yes, I love Lift too. A lot of people think Lift is annoying, and I don't get it, but I love it. She's cute. Well, that is the end of the comments. Broken trust. Indeed. So we are going to go into another 45-minute sprint. And let me get the timer up. And I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello, hello. I got about 40 pages read. I switched back over to Yumi. Still really enjoying it. I don't think I've ever read anything like this from Brandon Sanderson. His secret projects are like I've only read one other one. I read Tress, and it's similar in tone, but it's different now that there's like a romance involved. But yeah, how did you do?
I got 11%, and it's like I feel like I know where it's going, and I feel like I've known for a long time, which isn't. I have to like one of the things that I've had to do is like learn how to rate like mysteries and thrillers and stuff, because I am that person that is always constantly looking and trying to piece it together as we go. Like, it's not hard for me to like figure out who it is pretty early on. So I try not to like dock, stars or whatever for that. But with this book, I don't know. Like, I still have 20% left, and I don't know if it's a misdirect, and it's going to be, they're trying to make you think that it's the person that I think that it is, and it's actually going to be somebody else, or if I'm right. I don't know yet. There's like two people that I'm suspicious of, and I'm thinking that one of them is the one that they're kind of like trying to see if it's them. And I'm like, well, the fact that there's so much suspicion on them makes me think that maybe it's not them. So maybe it's the other person. I don't know. We'll see.
So what would your opinion be if the misdirect isn't a misdirect?
I would be okay with that. I think it's a little bit obvious, but also like if you're new to mysteries and thrillers, like it probably would not be obvious. So I think it's a good twist for that. But if you're like a seasoned like mystery thriller reader, then you're going to be like, okay, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Is this an author? I know you said their name earlier. Is this an author that's written a lot of mystery thrillers?
No, I think this might be their debut. Oh. And I think this is a series. So this is the first in the series. I think there's either 2 or 3 books altogether. I think there's at least 2. Maybe the third one is still in the works or something. Okay. And then I think they have a couple of other books that aren't like murder mysteries. So I'm definitely going to be, depending on how this ends, I'll be checking out more of their work.
Yeah. Fun. Let's see. I lost my place in the comments. I think this is where we were. Oh, wait. This is where we were. Michaela left us during the sprint. So goodbye, Michaela. I'm sure that you're already in bed. Hopefully you're sleeping well.
Nice meeting you.
And then Graf commented that my husband would not enjoy Wheel of Time. Yeah, I don't even think he would consider even looking at it.
147. Oh my gosh.
I heard someone talking about this the other. I have not read Wheel of Time, nor do I ever plan on reading Wheel of Time, which I know disappoints a lot of people because it's supposedly a fantastic series. But I am so intimidated by the fact that it's 14 books, and I've heard so much about the beginning being a slog. And I'm just not, I don't know if you're okay with reading series when people are like, oh, you have to get to book 3 before it's enjoyable.
Yeah. It's tough. Yeah, that's tough. I think that it's like stuff like that is stuff that I would read, but just not anytime soon. Like there are so many other books that I would want to read that like that can wait till the end if I ever get to it.
Right. And that's why I don't ever think I'll read it, because every year more and more books come out that I would rather read. Christina joined. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone's well. Reading Firekeeper's Daughter. I love the cover of this book. I haven't read it, but the cover is just amazing. For my Room 5 book.
Nice.
I feel so late. Notification didn't notify, but I smushed the like. Thank you. You're not late. Anytime you're joining, it's good. Hello.
Hey, Mom.
The readathon is, so I put all the prompts in the description so you can check those out. It's really just about reaching your goals for the year, because this is kind of crunch time in November. And so the prompts are meant to help you with some goals. So there's like reading your physical TPR and reading a book from like your favorites list, or not your favorites list, but your like most anticipated releases, or your 23 and 2023. So there are prompts like that are essentially just supposed to push you to meet some of your goals. So even if you haven't joined in the beginning of the month, there's still lots of time to accomplish goals for the month.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the team chat. We were like, what room are we on? Like, is this room 3? Is this room 5? Like, it all blends together. And I was like, it feels like so much has happened in this readathon that I feel like it's been like a whole month already. And then I was like, oh, it's only been 13 days. Like, we're not even halfway into the month.
That's crazy. I know you guys have been churning out books. And it's really interesting to see a competitive readathon like that because of the differences in some of the people who are participating.
Mm-hmm.
Like some people who are just reading the room books, and then other people are like throwing on bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
So it's chaotic. Listening to Rena 1, 61%. Maybe reading the Book of Lost Names with my booklet.
No ebook, Amal? Amal usually has like a physical book, ebook, and an audiobook going at the same time.
Oh. Maybe it just feels like mood lighting. A mood lighting type of night. I'm someone who I usually have 3 books going at once. I have a little bit more now because I think I have a couple of audiobooks that are about ready to expire, and so sneaking those in. Leandra hit us with
really?
Choice Rewards lists are up. I knew they were going to come live tomorrow. I didn't realize they were going to do it today.
Yeah, I'll have to go look at that.
Yes. I want to figure out whether or not my fantasy predictions are correct. Did you make any predictions for this?
No, I don't read enough books to be able to do that. It's like with the Oscars. Like I don't watch enough movies to be able to do that. But it's always fun to look at the list to see like what books I have read that made it onto the list.
Yeah. Most of the books I put on the list, I have not read because I did 20 fantasy books and 5 of them I've read. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that those 5 are going. Well, I guess one of them I think is going to be the winner because I think Fourth Wing is going to win the fantasy section.
Really?
I don't think I don't know how it cannot.
I figured it would be nominated. I just don't know what else it's up against to know if it'll win.
Yeah.
Because like Divine Rivals is probably on the list too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't read Divine Rivals, but I feel like that's
I think that could be its competition.
Yeah.
But as far as like some of the other books that I put on the list, none of them have near the viewership or the readership as Fourth Wing. I think Fourth Wing has like 600,000 reviews on Goodreads.
Wow.
Not reviews, ratings on Goodreads. And I think the last time I checked Divine Rivals, it was 200,000.
Oh, okay.
Which is still like insane. Yeah. But yeah, Fourth Wing is nuts. So I'll be shocked. Good to know. I won't give any fantasy spoilers so Danni can record her reaction video. Thank you. I appreciate that. 40 pages in, we're trapped in a never-ending library. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
This is the Hell book, right?
I think so, yeah. What is it called again? I wrote it down.
A short
stay in hell.
Yes. And there's a never-ending library. That's fantastic. I have to check out that book.
I don't know if that would be considered hell. I guess it depends on who you are.
And
actually, yeah, it depends on who you are. Because if you were to have asked me like 2-3 years ago, yeah, that would have been hell.
I think it would depend on the books that are on the shelves. Like, what if it's a library that's like full of dictionaries? Nell's explanation reminds me of specific Friends episode. Do they know that we know that they know that we know? 63% in my headphones or in my audio. And maybe I'll read my audiobook instead so as not to strain my eyes. Yeah. Don't strain your eyeballs. Sorry. Turning out books, I was resummoned. Leandra's read that book. What did you think, Leandra? Oh, Did you like it? Wheel of Time is a seminal series. The first book is sometimes seemed derivative of The Lord of the Rings, but then it goes into its own journey. I'm in my 9th read. It's good, I promise.
I believe that it's probably good, but it's just like with anything. Like a lot of times it's hard for a series. A series usually either starts good and then the ending just kind of like falls off, or it's slow in the beginning and it gets better over time. It's hard to find something that is like solid all the way through. Because even like when I think about like my favorite shows, like Vampire Diaries, like everybody knows that I'm obsessed with that show. But I would tell people like the first season, it's not the greatest, but you have to watch it to understand, like, to get the foundation for everything else that's to come.
Yeah, I get that. I was just thinking about that the other day. That would be interesting content to do on series, especially like in your year of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
You could talk about like which books are like the best books in your opinion in the series.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a lot of books recently or series that I've finished this year, like The Bone Shard Daughter. I finished this year, and without a doubt, the first book is the best book in the series. I mean, I shouldn't say without a doubt. In my head, it's the best book in the series. And then there was another one I recently read. Oh, it was the buddy read I just read with Leandra, the 5th season. I think 5th season is without a doubt the best book in that trilogy.
Okay.
So it's interesting to see like what a series does.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm trying to think if I have a series that I've liked like the last book the most. Currently, The Mask of Mirrors, the second book in that, The Liar's Knot, was my favorite. So it's like the middle book is my favorite, but I haven't read the last one. So we'll see. So yeah, that would be fun to kind of track as you're reading your series. I found it super interesting. Just to warn you, it does get crazy. I think it works because it's such a short book. I love crazy books, especially when they're short, because you can kind of feel like you're in a fever dream and come up for breath at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. We had this discussion. We were talking about it at the very end to try and figure out like what I wanted to rate the last one. And I think we both agreed that the last one, The Stone Sky, was our least favorite in the series. But yeah, I think 5th season just had more that I enjoyed. Now you read the 5th season, but you didn't like it, right? Or you DNF'd it?
I just didn't understand it. I finished it. It took me a long time. It took me like 2 or 3 months to finish that book because I kept like putting it down. But I just didn't understand what was going on half the time. I got like bits and pieces, but not enough to be like, oh, let me explain. Like I couldn't tell somebody else what this book is about.
Now I can tell you that gets worse throughout the because there were so many times that me and Leandra would get on and we would be like, I'm sorry, can you explain to me this couple of chapters? Because I'm confused as to what's going on right now. At the end, they try and explain some like science-y stuff, and I'm like, I just no.
It was like I got the gist of it. Once I got to the end, I understood like the main points I got. But I feel like to continue on in the series, I'm sure there were probably things that happened in the first book that like come back up later on down the line. And it's like, I would have missed all of that. And then when it came back up later, I'd have been like, wait, what? What happened? When did this happen?
There were definitely scenes that happened in the 3rd book. And I was like, I don't remember this. Did this happen? And Leander would be like, yep, that happened.
Yep.
And I did like, I liked the overall storyline, but there were definitely pieces and gaps in my memory.
That would be me.
And that is the end of the comments. And I know that I think it's later for you than it is for me. So I'm going to do one more sprint, but I don't know if you are going to join us for one more sprint or
I'm going to hop off. It's almost 11. And I have to get up at 6:30 in the morning to go to work, unfortunately.
Yeah, I get that.
So I will hop off, but you guys have fun. Thank you for having me. It was nice meeting everyone, all the new faces, new friends that I met. Nice to meet you guys. I hope that Danni will have me back in the future. I love to hang out with you guys later.
Thank you so much for joining. It's been a lot of fun chatting with you.
Of course. Have a good night and happy reading, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. And then there was one. So I do think, oh, Leandra throwing shade after Nell left. Dream team, even though Nell is green team. Shade with a little bit of love, or love with a little bit of shade, I should say. So I am going to do one more sprint, but probably not a 45-minute. Are you guys okay with a 30-minute sprint? Would that be okay for you guys? It is 9:41 here. So I don't know that I also have to get up and go to work in the morning, but I do want to do one last sprint because I am so close to the end of this. And although I probably will not finish tonight because I think I still have, oh yeah, I still have 100 pages. So I'm definitely not getting done tonight, but I can get closer to the end. So I think, okay, I have a couple of people okay with 30 minutes. So let me hop on and change the timer real quick. And yes, so Rachel's laughing. I'm good with that. 30 minutes works for me. Good. Oh, you're gonna pop in during the last chatty bit? It's really late for you. Thank you. I appreciate it. So let us do one last sprint. Oh, that is not the screen that I want. I don't want my face up there. There we go. So I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Happy reading or productivity, whatever you guys are doing. Hello, everyone. Let me turn off this banner real quick. I hope you all got some stuff done. I can't remember where I ended the last sprint, but I am on page 389 currently now of Yumi. And I absolutely love this. But it definitely is more Cosmere based than Tress was. So if you haven't read the Stormlight Archive, probably at least through, I would say 3, like Stormlight Archive 3, which is Oathbringer, that there is some information in here. Not that you wouldn't understand the story, but there were definitely there's definitely some things in here that you're going to miss or not understand completely if you haven't read that far into the Stormlight. So I am really excited about my progress on my read tonight and the progress in the Bucket List-athon. I hope you guys are participating as well. Remember, if you are participating, I would love to chat with you guys on Instagram or using the hashtag Bucket List-athon 2023. So I would love to see your guys' progress there. I also will be doing Wednesday videos are Bucket List-athon updates. And so you guys can see this Wednesday, I'll be talking about 2 new booktubers. And then I'll also talk about I'll actually give synopses and like my thoughts on some of the books that I've read for the readathon. Last week, I talked about the books that I was reading, but I didn't actually give like what my thoughts were on my ratings. So I'll be doing that this week. And I would love to see you guys and chat with you guys there as well. If you are interested in more sprints, sprints are, the next one will be on the 18th. So that's this coming Saturday. And currently I have Stevie is going to be on, Nala is going to be on. There might be a couple other people, but I will post information about that on Wednesday as well. So you guys have that. So let's see how you guys did on the sprint. I think we left off with this comment. So Christina, you were on 40 out of 57. You want to get a bit further. How far did you get in the sprint? Hopefully you got where you wanted to go. Graph left us. So I hope if you're still here, I hope you have a good night. I'm sure that you're already sleeping well. And then he says, nice to meet Nell. And we'll send information on. I think the Mike Chen was the time traveling sci-fi. Ro also said to have sweet dreams. You too, Ro. Got about 100 pages left. Yay, that's exciting. Hopefully, I don't know if that means you're going to finish it tonight or if you're going to continue another day and get some sleep. Thank you so much for joining me, Christina. I've had a lot of fun on these sprints. Loving a fish out of water or fish out of the water. I haven't heard of that. Amal, what's that about? And then you are very welcome. Thank you for joining me. Alicia, I'm glad to hear you're liking it. I've only read Tress. Yeah, I loved Tress. And I think that they're just different. As far as like who I think would be my favorite, I don't know. Which before going into this, I absolutely would have said like nothing's going to beat Tress for me as far as the secret projects go. I just think that I absolutely love that book, but this is so cute. I think this feels more YA than Tress did, even though I think that this is still categorized as adult. But yes, I absolutely love it. And I think that if you're interested, you should give it a try. Christina got to 43 out of 57. No, I'm going to bed soon. Vanessa's on at 8 a.m. So hopefully I'll finish then. Very nice. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. I really do appreciate it. I know that it can be challenging with all the readathons that you guys have going on if you guys are participating in more than one. So hopefully you've gotten some stuff done, productive things on these sprints, whether or not it's reading or getting some stuff done around the house or things that you wanted to accomplish. Alicia read a few pages and got ready for bed. Very nice. So I think that's it for me. It's 10:18. I'm going to get ready for bed as well. I have to get up at 6 in the morning. So I hope that you guys will join me for some more sprints and then for my Bucket List-athon update on Wednesday. I don't know when I'm going to do my Goodreads reaction video because I definitely need to do that. So at some point that will be on my channel as well. But thank you guys so much for joining me. Christina says, have a beautiful night, you two. And I will see you guys around the bookverse somewhere. Have a good night. Bye.